All right, so here we are. Just started streaming a couple of days ago, so I am getting a late start today. Just in a trade actually right now. I took a short from the 15-minute opening range, which I thought was a good entry. I am in drawdown right now. Um, just seeing what I could do here to get out of this trade that I'm in. I do have a lower bias of without doing much analysis this morning, um, to stay in this trade though for right now. So I did go in with one contract and then I scaled in with another, probably too soon. You can see that here, one contract, a second contract. I thought I would get the push down to this next level. Um, so my trade and my management of the trade is totally altered due to the price action. I entered the trade here. I had my stop loss, which up here, which was about a pretty good typical risk to reward ratio that I use, which was like 3 to 1. But I changed that now, so I'm. This is an eval, so my risk is a little greater. I have my take profit still on the chart here, but it's um, just there for now. I'll probably move it soon. Um, sort of choppy price action here. I was hoping to do. I've I've really been watching the 15-minute opening range. I usually have the to try to get a to try to get a play off of that 15-minute opening range, high or low. Um, I usually have the 30-second open and the 1 minute. I do check the higher time frames too, but on my screen I usually try to um, also have the 5 minute open. All right, so I'm just gonna stay in this for now. We'll see how that turns out. Mess that up. And so I'm in an extreme drawdown now. We'll just see how this turns out. I really didn't want the uh, this to happen here, and I wanted to. Guess I scaled in too soon. I really don't want to. If I can't add to this now that I'm already in with two contracts. So I'll just go from there and just stay in this trade for a while. Um, at the moment here, I am a little late getting to the my screens today. So I possibly didn't prepare enough for this and entered a trade suit too soon, but I wanted to try to get a play off of this right here, this um, 15-minute opening range low, which was right here. Um, so we'll just let this play out. So really not a good position to be in for this trade. So we do have some real, see how the price action goes here for this trade. It seems to be dropping a little bit. So I think once I come back to, if we do approach, below VWAP, I'll probably exit this trade as soon as possible. It would be very nice to push down here to the bottom of the 15-minute opening range. That would be very nice for this trade. We'll see what happens. We're sort of hovering around the VWAP right now between the 200, so I would love for that to be some resistance. And actually, a bounce off the VWAP would be nice too for a low, for a long. I'm going to hover my mouse over the exit just in case. I'm just sort of thinking as soon as I exit, it will continue lower. That does happen. I mean, we do have some price action here that just, I don't know. I was hoping for this downward trend to hold, but it didn't. So I don't know. I mean, something like this, you could be in this for hours, and if the volume, depending on the market, if we don't push extremely higher, this could range around here and then dip down. And so I don't know if I should, now that I'm sort of married to my bias here, I really should not have taken this entry without a little more screen time this morning. But well, we're below VWAP for right now, so we'll see. Every every trade is a growing opportunity, a learning opportunity. And you learn from the ones where you make some sort of mistakes, or maybe not fully 100% committed to the trade with your analysis, or your entry. And I mean, I have been studying this 15-minute opening range for quite some time. Not really studying, but being aware while trading to take the retest of that, whether it's the low or the high, whether shorting or longing. There's knowing it, there's learning about it, but then when you're trading, to actually be aware of it, and the nuance and the detail of it, and really just not miss it. Not miss it while you're trading is a different story. And right around here, I saw that. I was like, oh, it seemed like, okay, if I could get a retest of this 15-minute opening range low, um, that would be a good trade entry. And it did. So I use this as confirmation right here because you had a candle close. So we broke the low here and here. We retested, and I thought, this is price going up to hunt stops up here. And then we have a large bearish candle again close below. I mean, of course, it would have been nice to enter here. I mean, there's no question. But then, so I use this as confirmation of the entry, and I thought that we would continue lower. So what I was not really prepared with was where the real draw liquidity was, and that's my fault, I guess, and I should have known that. And to do that, how do you know that? When you go left on the chart, um, which I really didn't do as well as I should have. Let's take a look here. Take a look here, which would be right here where I had my take profit, um, right about here, which would be at 159. And then, if you were to stay in the trade long term, you could go here to 120, and then so on and so on. And so now it's one, it's about how committed you are to your position, and Are you going to stay in this long term? We're very high up. We've made all-time highs recently. And now it's also about patience because just because, like right now, it just came back to my entry, but am I going to get out right away, or am I going to try to make this a profitable trade? And really, this is not a good habit. It's sort of a sign of an amateur beginner trader who, um, or it's just a bad entry. I mean, it does happen when you're trying to trade during, whether it's greater volatility or choppy market, or in this case today, it was a different setup I've been trying to do, and not my usual setup with the inversion of the fair value gap. That was not present. I was trying to take a play off of a level. Um, so now there's more risk. I'm in the trade a long time. There's greater drawdown. There's greater uncertainty. So this does help, though, knowing the draw on liquidity, where we might go. Um, I mean, also getting to the screen later today, so that that did have an effect as well. And you almost need a checklist, to go through as you're trading. And one of those would be is, where are the equal highs? Where are the equal lows? And it doesn't mean that we're going to go to those or take those out. Uh, and it's a little, there's not much. I'm not really seeing exact equal lows here, but I mean, if you look at this on a higher time frame, I mean, look at we're ranging way up here, from. So I'm having a problem with my dock right now to get the dock. Maybe I could change that. Okay, maybe I can do this. That changed my monitor. Maybe that'll help. Okay, maybe that'll help. Oh, I do got Methodical Man up there. I follow him. I follow. Um, I guess it's a good opportunity to talk about other traders I follow. Methodical Man, very has a great influence because of the inversion of the fair value gap strategy. So I do follow him. Dodgy DDS, that's Dodgy DDS, who teaches this very, very thoroughly, extensively, several videos on YouTube. Um, so of course, and he is influenced by ICT, originally. So um, and I've been doing the inversion of fair value gap with Methodical Man for I think about 3 months, maybe more. And I mean, it's very effective. I just knowing with that confirmation and with the confidence in that setup and strategy, even on the 30-second chart, it is there. And the way you manage the trade when you scale out at the internal draw of liquidity, like the most recent wick there to the left, going to break even essentially soon when you're in the trade. It's very effective. Sometimes you're leaving the trade early and you're leaving a lot of profit on the chart, especially me because I tend to trade quickly to avoid drawdown. Of course, avoid this current trade. Um, So that's part of why that strategy is so effective because of how you're managing your trade. This trade I'm in right now is completely mismanaged. I can't say it enough. I mean, I don't even know. I might as well just move my take profit. Terrible. Scaling in was too quick. So now I'm trying to be patient and just, you can see in the market here we have, let's see, let me go back here. Okay. Just this 1 minute. Usually it's about a 50-point range. Let's see where we are here. 80, 180, so about 220, about 40. Yeah, about 40. I've I found that the opening range for the first 15 minutes is usually about 40, 50 points, and then it goes from there. But I don't know. It's just a very so right now this is a very stressful way to trade. Your stress level's higher, more anxiety, your emotions are there. Then you're questioning yourself as a trader. Do you know what you're doing? Are you do you have the knowledge? Do you have the skill set? And I mean, you know, it, it's just an eval. It's just two contracts. You say all this stuff, you can lose a lot more. Really, what you should do is this: you hold yourself to your own standards, not the prop firm standards. You make your own more strict standards and rules within the parameters of the prop firm and of your own standards. For example, I know this is a bad trade. I know this is a bad entry. I should have stopped myself out of it a long time ago due to that. Whether this is a profitable trade or not, uh, because I know that it's not a good trade. So that's really the mindset that you have to have. Um, you know, you could go to a certain, like when you're in drawdown 5 points, when you're in drawdown a couple $100, or whatever um, that amount is for you, you could stop yourself out of the trade. Try to do better for yourself next time. And um, that's what I should have done. So, that should be my process going forward. What I do like about this so far is we have some big, huge bearish candles here, huge bearish candles, and I see more of the price action below the VWAP, below the 200, and around this low of the 15-minute opening range, and that I really like. No one likes to be in drawdown. I'm just sort of trying to be objective here. I have the 15-minute open here, so I can see the draw liquidity, just so I can go left on the chart and see more. I don't know. It's just a terrible position to be in right now. But like I said, try to become a better trader because of it. These are the ones you learn from. So, so um, ideally, maybe a retest of VWAP going short here with the 200 right above. This sort of acts as resistance, which I mentioned earlier would be good for my trade too. If this was resistance here, um, and then short up here, um, right below VWAP would have been a good play. Let's see, we do have a little gap there, right here. If we invert this gap here, that would be a long setup. Um, well, we'll see. I'm not doing anything else as of yet. I just have the only thing I've done today as far as my charts go is just put the 15-minute opening range high and low. And actually now we have the initial balance. So let's see, that would be a very, yeah. So that is a tight range because we really haven't exceeded the low very much here, which we did at 952. So I'm going to just mark that. I'm sure we have pivot point in here too. I have not marked the pivot points to my detriment yet, but I could. All right, so I am checking in here with Methodical Man. And so just be patient. I do try to track my progress and log, my notes. I take some notes and log. And sometimes that's good, and I guess logging the logging the ones that your bad trades are the ones that you should log more so to learn from. So now it's going against me here, so we'll just see how we go, see how it works. Okay, just jotted down some notes there. So really, I've noticed sometime that um, so in this range right here, I've just started to look at this opening range trade, whether it's the initial balance or the 15-minute opening range, and I've noticed that if I'm selling the bottom and buying, if I'm trying to short the bottom of a range, that's very risky because there's nothing to really give to go on to except knowing where the levels are and where the liquidity might be. Um, that's why I had my take profit like right around here. Um, uh, but really, you want to short up here, long down here, and I do the opposite. So selling the bottom of the range is not not an ample entry for profit. to say the least. And now, so we shall see. I mean, I attempt to trade with the trend, but if you're misreading the market, then you're not. So we'll see here. Um, and if we let's just do this here. So if we look at this, I mean, you might say this could be a downward trend, or that'd be nice for me. That's why, of course, you could tell where my bias is. But market always goes up. Look at this. We take out this wick here. Was this, which may have been a? I didn't even check the news today. God. Oh, geez. Yes, of course. 8 to 8:30. That's what that strong bearish candle was from. This draw liquidity here. This data high, and price would like to go take out that high. Um, I'm sure, which I'm sure it does. So right now, I have to be aware of that. So this trend line is really not valid right there, but um, um, so like see how easy it is to. Right now we're at like 191. I entered at let's say 170. Okay, so I'm about 20 points in drawdown. You know how nice it would be just to have 20 points for the trade, which I you know, rarely have that. I would just love it to go right down to there, right there. And that's what you do as a trader sometime. I mean, how often does that happen? You're in drawdown for a bad trade, and you just want the exact opposite. And so what I normally do now is as soon as it gets over my entry, oh, I will move this stop loss, which I don't even have on the screen right now. Um, as soon as possible, I will move it right to there to avoid this massive drawdown that I'm in. And then, of course, it may continue lower, and um, that just it shows you where I am as a trader. I've been trading prop firm trading only for about just over a year. Um, so, and it has made me a better trader. There's no question. I've improved my trading greatly. Um, so I do recommend prop firms to anyone who's getting into the futures market, and say you put some of your own money together, start trading. Um, I would do that, but put it on hold. Open some prop firm accounts. I would go with Apex. Um, you will become a better trader. Um, there's absolutely no question. You think of it as tuition. Yes, you may have to go through several accounts. You may have some resets. Take advantage of the flash sales. 90% off, 80% off. This account that I'm working now was a $35 reset. And yes, Apex is um, profiting as well, but I mean, I think of it as tuition for learning, and really, there's small amounts of money to trade with the capital that they give you. If I go back a year, I was not as knowledgeable, didn't have as much screen time, and I have gotten to the point where I have passed three evaluations, I think, got to the payout a couple times, got to the payout request, which was denied. And from what I can tell, I think that was due to the consistency rule, because on one day I made like 1,200. So I think that was the issue. I thought I had traded enough to resolve it, but I didn't, I guess. That's all I could tell. And I was not doing the best trading as well. I think there was one day I was on tilt, just trading too much, and if they, I don't know if they, how observant of all that they are, but, and then I got to another payout request. It was like a day before, and then I just had a bad trade. That was it. So when you hear a trader say base hits, not home runs, that is what that's about. Slowly but surely, consistently. Even this trade, two contracts doesn't seem like a lot. It's a 50K Apex account. Um, but if you're not in a good trade and it's a bad entry and you're in drawdown, close to being liquidated, that is heavy. That is too much. So, and normally, see, what I did was for a while I was going in with two contracts, but I was scalping quickly. So the profit was greater and the trade was shorter and the points were less. And with the inversion fair value gap strategy, that worked very well, very well. Um, and then as I learned and evolved and did more, I would change, just sort of evolve and then so typically I would trade with one contract only, because I want to avoid any huge losses. um, Potential errors, potential drawdown, potential bad entries. And so here we're dropping a lot here. Um, but look what I did. I'm in a range. So now what do I do? The bottom right, put my stop loss on. Let's see how much we drop here. And so this is that point as a trader where you have to continue being patient, and it's very hard to do. If you're not only patient when you're not in a trade, you should be patient when you enter the trade. Like I said, I scaled in that second contract too quickly. And then you have to be patient while you're in the trade. And then you have to be patient while you're exiting the trade. So let's say you've been waiting around for a very long time to enter a trade and you think you're being patient. Well, if you manage and execute the trade impatiently, no, you're not being a patient trader. You know, I'm not saying there's not a I'm not saying there's not a when it's high volatility and you need to make quick decisions, but you still need to manage that much better. Okay, so I'm in the trade now. Okay, so I got out of that trade. So look at what I did. I mean, look what I did. I made I made I made $38 on that whole time. That trade was about from 9:53 to 10:44, so say almost an hour. And first of all, look at all the potential setups that I missed. And then, like I said, I got out of it, you know, to save my account, to save the trade. But now look, I mean, we're still dropping. It just wasn't advisable a trade to be in. And now look, it's dropping even further. And that's what happens when I mean, I could have stayed in this trade and had a greater profit. But with this price action going just ranging here, it's you just never know. And but to become a better trader, you stuck with your guns. You stayed in the trade. Um, you got through this drawdown, and really, you could say you lucked out because price came back around to what you wanted to do, or you had a correct lean on the market. I mean, look what's happening now. I mean, that was a correct position. Um, to have, in the Nasdaq this morning. It was just mismanaged. Um, so now here we are. So now after all that, you have to refocus and just get back to where you are now. So I'm going to go back to the 30-second. And after all that, it's just, it's really not what you want. But now look, you could, what you really want now is a long, even on this 30-second here, there was a slight right here. Yeah, that's really what you wanted there, the long right here. And let me show you that. So this gap right here, that's the play to take. But I mean, look at the price action. You would have had to enter already. So I mean, this is somewhat risky as well. You would have had to trade that quickly because confirmation of the candle close is a little bit higher, right? So if you entered here, you would have had to go to break even almost immediately, move your stop loss into profit continuously and get out. Or if you had your take profit and you got hit like right about here, that's fine. Um, but I mean, look what's happening now. So this could be sort of like a bearish pullback here before we drop lower. Uh, and so if we go to the 1 minute, we have this. And that's a rather large bearish gap here of about, let's see, 187 to 174. Actually, 13 point gap. That's not really. It's not really. About, 10-point gap, I guess, it's okay. But really, that's the confirmation I'm, talking about. And if you want to be aggressive, you would take the long now. Um, but see, after all this and the trade I was in, now I'm hesitant. And that's what happens as a trader. You make a poor entry, you get in there, and you save yourself out of the trade to save the account. And now you're being extra cautious. So right now, I mean, it'd be an aggressive long right now. We still have this data. Where's that data high up there? Not sure where are we at. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. We have these highs up here. That was it. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Did I say that wrong before? Okay. I might have. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Yeah. No. Okay. Here we are. 8:30. Okay. Yeah. So we had this 8:30. This was our data high. I mean, look how high that is up there. Um, this is our activity around the recent news right here. What was it? Retail sales, right? Yeah. Um, and we have some more highs, more highs, more highs. And then if we go back to our 15-minute here. So it's still okay. So we went down to this low, which was where I had my take profit before. And now, these other levels would be possible targets. Um, but this is a tight range. Opening balance, let's see. If I have that right, yeah, 55 or so point range. I mean, that's usually the initial balance is a little greater than that, I think. And then, I mean, look, see, so this is sort of what I call wonky price action. When you have a lot of candle bodies next to each other without fair value gaps, or when you have just a whole lot of long wicks that are forming next to each other, that's, I mean, you typically don't trade that. You don't trade this, right? You don't trade this. What you do is you trade when we have this, one second. When you have this imbalance, inefficiency, single print, whatever you want to call it, fair value gap, I think of it as like continuous price movement where price is going in a certain direction and forming a pattern or trend where you may be able to um, profitably enter the market. Okay, so that is presenting itself right here, you could say. So confirmation would be a candle close above this fair value gap. If you were to enter here, um, then that would be according to your logic on that trade. So I'm definitely going to change this to one here up here. Be careful. Sometimes I leave that, and that has been um, not beneficial before. Uh, so what are the potential problems here? Well, one, you'd be longing into the VWAP, into the 200, which really could be resistance, right? We do have those data highs up here and these highs here. I don't quite see these equal highs, maybe. Usually around here, I've found, and I think most traders would tell you, you sort of stay out of the middle, right? Um, because it's too much uncertainty. So like right now, I mean, you could use this as resistance as well and have a short entry here. You've got your initial balance low in the first hour. Um, so you could do a play off of the initial balance low. Um, I'm going to go to, so we'll just let this range here. We'll let it, just see if there's another entry. So I'm going to stay on the 5 minute and the 1 minute for right now. Um, I follow different traders. I like to see their setups. Um, so I do recommend Apex, like I was saying before. Um, Yeah, I mean, I didn't even. Uh, so I did put a link in another chat here to see. Um, oh, Oop, Yeah, so that's something I need to be aware of is I did not mark the London low. Uh-oh, here goes. Yeah, that's me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's me. So I reference you a lot because I learned a lot from the inversion fair value gap strategy with Methodical Man. So if anybody is out there, do not follow me. I just was in drawdown big time. So um, and I explained where I am in the process of trading and yeah. So yeah, I did. I got out of that. Thank goodness. Yeah, so I just want to stress, I follow other traders who are much better than I am. I think the streaming will hold me accountable and help me become a better trader. So, um, like I was saying, okay, so the London low, I did not mark anything today like that. So hold on a second here. Let's see. See, this is the problem here when you might take a short here, but it's more, I don't know, just for me, it just hasn't been working for me. Yeah, like when I'm selling the bottom of a range, it just and then there it goes. I mean, there it is. So really this was your entry though, right here. Actually right at the initial balance low. That was your entry right there, which would have been nice. Yep. And that's how quick you have to trade. Yeah, so this would have been I guess a good short here. Um, this would have been a nice short. It really would have been. I did not take it. So really, you would have had to jump in here. So you would have taken an aggressive entry in the middle of this fair value gap here, or jump in on momentum, as they say, right here at the bottom of it. And after a trade like this, now I'm just very hesitant. And I mean, where I am as a trader, it's just that's that's where I am. Um, um, you know, part of being a good trader is respecting where you are in the process of learning and according to your own knowledge and experience. I mean, I know I'm only so good. Um, I just was in a terrible trade, and you're either going to learn from it and continue to learn and not give up, or you don't, and you get out of the game, and you move on, and you quit. And I've been at that point a few times, questioning whether I should keep doing this or not. So far, it's working out, and what really keeps me in it is that, man, I just know I'm becoming better every day with every session of screen time. Um, like this bad trade I was in, that made me a better trader. I mean, look, I got through all this, got through all this. Um, Scaled in improperly, I entered improperly, I exited with a profit and didn't lose, but it's still an improper exit. And now look, hold on a second here. So how do I mute my mic for a second? I don't even know. I feel like there might be people out there actually watching. That's different. That's very different. Uh, but also, I did journal this to try to I just jotted down a couple notes so I remember it. And I have a Google sheet where I take screenshots and try to log my progress. And that can be very good. It's even better to record your trade, I think, which I was doing, and now I'm just streaming it so I could always go back and check it, see what I did right, what I did wrong. So I will not dwell on that other trade anymore. But this setup here, that I guess that would have worked well. I mean, we're delivering. Actually, we're delivering from this bearish fair value gap. We inverted the bullish fair value gap, and actually that should have been a trade, a good trade. We have the VWAP above and 200 above for resistance, so we're clear of that. I was too busy doing something else at the time. Also, I'm in somewhat of a hesitant mindset now. Yeah, I mean, and trading with the trend is just, you can't say it enough. Um, and you can know it, but trade it is to be aware of it as you're trading. That's something else. But I did have this trend here before. Oops, wait a minute. There we go. Oops. And look, I mean, essentially what I had up here before is happening, but I mean, it was more so. I don't think I was quite as prepared as I should have been for this trading session, but I mean, something like that. If you are going to use trend lines, if that to me would have been a trend. Of course, that's only the 1 minute. I mean, look at the 15. I'm sorry, look at the 5 minute. I mean, it's the same thing pretty much. And all this, these spikes up when you're failing slowly around VWAP. I mean, I I did have the correct bias there, I think. Oh well. But did I want to stay in the trade for all this, all that, all this to get to this point? No, I didn't. So I got out of that. So, and when the market pumps and you're in a bad trade like that, you just feel so um, unworthy as a trader because you're missing out on that, but also because you got it wrong. And here you got all this action that you could have traded and a gain you could have made, and you're in the opposite position. So you just learn from that. Yeah, I mean, I missed a lot of upside yesterday, no question. So, um, but I do recommend Apex. This is day one of a 50K account. So I will, yeah, we'll just see how I do. I don't know if I trade every day or what, but I'll do what I can when I can to get to the performance account. So, oh, well, also I want to thank anybody that subscribed to the channel. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, look at this. Now we're just dumping big time. So, I do want to say that I do have the RSI on my chart. I just put that on there a few days ago. I do like to check out some other indicators, and I know that's sort of an amateur, thing to do sometimes. But what can I say? I like indicators because they're so cool. If I could have my chart look like a Christmas tree, like I'm all lit up for Christmas, and be a profitable trader, I would. But you know, that's not what you are supposed to do, right? I'm not Trader Oracle would be. I mean, I love his charts because it's like Christmas in July. I mean, he's got bulbs and garland and lights and my God, tinsel and McSqueezy's this and Squeezy that, or I don't know what they are. Um, but how many times have you heard? How many times have you heard clean charts? Oh, I just use price action. That's how good I am. Well, that's what you aspire to. And I get that. Um, I totally get that. Um, yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, and that's entertaining. I mean, I like the charts. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, and look at my chart. I mean, it's pretty much nothing. It's sort of ugly, sort of boring, but anyway, that's why I have this RSI on here. I just like something to look at for like I used to have the MACD on there. Now I have the RSI. I'll probably change it in like a few days or a week. And really though, what's really interesting is that I'm not aware of it as I'm entering or exiting a trade. I don't even use the RSI while I'm actually executing a trade. And then I'll look at the RSI and say, "Oh, look what this was doing," and I didn't even look at it. Um, but that's part of the challenge of trading, I guess. Yeah. So this would be I'm on the 32nd here now. So here's a gap here you could take to go lower. Not that I know of. Meh. Yeah, I get that every now and then. Someone at Comedy Central, I forgot his name. What was that show? Shoot, something. I forgot what it was. I gotta look. I forgot what it was called. I'll have to think of it. Anyway, uh, yeah. So anyway, the setup here would be like I guess inverting this fair value gap here, but I don't know. I'm just not confident right now after that last trade, but I gotta get over it. So here we go. I guess this would be it. But yeah, I mean, I totally recommend Apex. I know there's some controversy and tension over Apex. Um, but just because of the learning factor and the gaining of the knowledge and experience while trading, um, and like I said, it's a low tuition to pay for the leverage and the margin that they give you. So I mean, I'm all for that. 30-second long. Where we at? Maybe right here. Yeah. So someone is saying there's a pivot point here. I didn't even. Okay. Yeah. So that might be. I did not mark the pivot points today either. I should have. So do we short here or do we go long? Huh. Hmm. Yeah, I guess you could take a short. Yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to short though when the market is pumping up to get a good entry, because you're gonna, there might be more profit, but it's extremely aggressive because you don't have the entry. You don't have like if I were to short now, you don't have the confirmation of the one candle close below the fair value gap. But it would be really nice to get a large trade. Um, and it does look like we want to drop, I mean, it's sort of the, I don't, Not sure what the, let me take a look at, it'd be really nice to short this. For some reason, I'm always looking for shorts more than longs. I don't know what that means. I just realized I might have a chat and I have no idea how to use it. So, I mean, how aggressive do you want to be? I don't know. Hmm. We'll find out. Looks like that fair value gap is support for a push up right now. Whoops, I did it again. Now I got my dock on the wrong bar again. I don't know how I did that. I gotta change my monitor again. Whoops. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Aggressive entry short. Methodical man's taking. This looks like it's using this fair value gap as like support here. So we got a candle close there near it. I don't know. Guess I'll wait. I will wait, see what he's doing. That's nice. So, hmm, I don't know. I guess I'm sitting this one out right now. I don't know. So I'm not trading with the bracket right now. I'm just using just putting my orders manually on the screen right now. I do like the short here because I know I'm trying to be more aware of more things here, the trends. I don't feel like I have a good take on the levels though today. I really like this wick test here of the test of the initial balance low here, um, which I think is great to go short off there and to short right now. I really do like it. I just feel like I don't have the confirmation enough to go here, and I guess after this trade, I'm just I guess not being aggressive. Um, uh, so I guess there's some filters. I don't even have any filters here. Filters for my webcam. Okay. So leave that alone right now. Now, does this wick suggest price rejection here to the downside? I don't know. That's fine. No, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Oh well, I'm on with one. I got my take. I got my stop loss there. Put my take profit here. All right, so I'm in a short. Got my take profit to these lows right there. Just one contract. I may scale in with another. Probably not. I like to really manage this well. Just going to stay in here for right now. Hmm. It does seem like this is following a lower a trend to the downside here, but we'll find out. Hmm. I'm afraid to scale in. I really am. Hmm. So I'm moving this stop loss quickly as always. Um,
Looks like we might sound went out there for a second.
okay. Okay, I'm back. It's amazing how we hover above the your entry sometimes. It really is. It does seem like it wants to, I don't know. Well, still in this. One contract, thank goodness. I think I'll just stay in it for a while. I do know I have a chat. I don't think there's anything in the chat though right now. Yeah, so I'll see how it goes here. Not the good. Yeah. Um, all right, so I did just take my stop loss off. We're gonna stay in this for a while. So obviously, here we are. Come on. I don't. Give me a second here. Just give me more time. I, okay, so um, well, we'll see what's happening here. One entry, one contract. Thank God. Right. And so we're just staying in this trade, letting it play out. That's all I could do right now. So if we reject this bearish fair value gap, that would be good for this trade, of course. Yeah, we'll see what happens. And seems like maybe that's what's happening. And that's all we can do is, I don't know, it was an aggressive entry, I guess. Wrong lack of volume, wrong time of day. Uh, so it's closing above the initial balance low. So here we are again in this position here. I don't know. Hmm. So when you enter without a candle close during doing this inversion of the fair value gap strategy, this could happen. It was an aggressive entry and would have been nice to have that few more points, but this is what happens. Um, All right, so I am still in this trade. I'm just here at my screen seeing how this plays out. So I'm still here, staying in this trade. Okay, so I am still here. I might just get out of this trade. I should have already. Um, I get out of this trade and call it a day. Uh, Here, just at least take a break. Um, I do like to think we go lower. I guess I just don't know really. Is that a lower high right there? I would hope. We'll see. All right, so I might just let this play out and step away from my screen here for a moment. Um, all right, so I will do that actually. I'm going to step away here for a moment.
So can I ask first? I'm like self-employed, and I have like a few streams of income, and I wanted to get my own income, and I mean my own insurance, and I had checked into the Oscar insurance, which is through the Cleveland Clinic, because that's really what I wanted. So you're saying it's out of network. Does that mean that um, I would really just have to pay up front? You mean? Okay. Okay. Uh huh. Oh, nice big drop there.
Okay, so I'm back. I've been tuning into this trade that I'm in every now and then. I decided to just stay in this trade and see how it turned out. Something I wouldn't normally do, but I figured why not? We'll just give it a try here to stay in it. And we have this huge drop that started at like about 25 minutes ago. Huge drop here to within about 7 points of my entry. So and now we get a little. It seems like it's dropping below VWAP again. So I'll just sort of stay in it. I'll check back with you a little bit just to see how it's going. So typically not the way I trade, but I don't know. Sometimes I found that when I stay in my losers, it can come back and I can not take a loss. So we'll see. Okay, I'll be back shortly. Ah, did it again.